The first snow of December fell on Diagon Alley, like a hell breath finally released. Florian Fortescue stood in the doorway of his ice cream parlor, watching fat flakes drift past the crooked chimneys and settle on cobblestones that had seen too much running, too much fear, too many hurried departures in the dark. The enchanted window displays, dormant for years, their magic dimmed by caution and grief, flickered tentatively back to life. A mechanical sugar plum fairy pirouetted in Sugar Plum's sweet shop, her movements rusty but determined. Next door, Flourish and Blot's animated book covers rustled their pages like wings testing the air. It had been 5 weeks since the Dark Lord fell. 5 weeks since the Ministry's emergency owls stopped arriving at dawn. 5 weeks since parents stopped sleeping with their wands under their pillows. Since auras stopped apparating into Diagon Alley mid-morning with grim faces and urgent warnings. 5 weeks since the fear that had pressed down on the wizarding world like a physical weight simply lifted. Florian touched his wand to the shop's window, and ice crystals bloomed across the glass in patterns he hadn't dared create since 1973. Snowflakes and stars and tiny, intricate castles. Beautiful things. Frivolous things. The kind of magic that served no purpose except joy. A witch, passing by with a shopping basket, stopped, stared, and burst into tears. Florian understood. He'd done the same thing yesterday when he'd realized he could enchant his shop sign to sing carols without worrying that the noise would draw unwanted attention. The relief was so vast, it felt like grief, sorrow's strange twin. They'd survived. So many hadn't. Inside the leaky cauldron, Tom the barkeeper polished glasses with methodical precision, his gnarled hands steady despite the tremor that had lived in them since '78. The pub was busier than it had been in years. Witches and wizards lingering over butterbeers, not gulping them down before hurrying home before dark. Conversations rose and fell in ordinary rhythms. Complaints about the weather, gossip about the minister's new policies, speculation about Puddlemere United's chances this season. Normal things. Blessedly normal things. But Tom heard the other conversations too, the quieter ones in the corners. A wizard asking another if he'd heard from the Bones family. Had Amelia's brother Edgar made it through? A pair of elderly witches comparing notes on which shops would reopen now that the proprietors' families felt safe enough to return. A young couple debating whether it was too soon to start a family, whether the peace would hold. Tom set down a glass and picked up another, listening to the sound of ordinary life reassembling itself, piece by fragile piece. 40 miles south, in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, the burrow leaned against the winter sky like a cheerful accident. Molly Weasley stood at her kitchen sink, hands submerged in soapy water that cleaned the breakfast dishes without her attention. Through the window, she watched her 3 sons play in the garden. Bill showing Charlie how to make snowballs that wouldn't melt, even if you brought them inside. Percy toddling after his brothers with fierce determination, his pudgy legs struggling through drifts that came up to his knees. Her hand drifted to her belly, still flat but carrying the secret of the child within. Another son. She knew it somehow, the way she'd known with all the others. Another Weasley boy to fill this crooked house with noise and chaos and love. She should feel nothing but gratitude. Arthur had come home every night for 5 weeks now. Home by 6 o'clock. No emergency calls, no hushed conversations behind closed doors that ended with him disapparating into danger. The children played outside without her watching the sky for Death Eaters, without her casting protective charms every hour. They were safe. They'd survived when so many hadn't. The tears came anyway, hot and unexpected. Molly pressed her wet hands to her face, shoulders shaking with the force of feeling she'd been holding back since October. Relief and guilt and grief tangled together so tightly she couldn't separate them. Fabian and Gideon, her brothers, her twin stars, gone 18 months now, killed by 5 Death Eaters who'd apparently needed 5-2 odds. Caradoc Dearborn, who'd made her laugh at order meetings. Dorcas Meadows, who taught Bill his first summoning charm. Marlene McKinnon and her entire family murdered in the single most vicious attack Molly had ever heard of. And James and Lily. God, James and Lily. She'd held Harry once, last Christmas at the Potter's cottage. A fat, happy baby with his mother's green eyes and his father's impossible hair, reaching for the enchanted ornaments on their tree with delighted giggles. Lily had been glowing, talking about Harry's first word. Not Mama or Dada, but Broom, of course, with James as his father. James had been insufferable with pride, already planning his son's Quidditch career. Now they were gone, and Harry was where? With Lily's Muggle relatives, Dumbledore had said. Safe, he'd promised. But Molly had met Petunia Dursley once, years ago, and the woman's pinched face and bitter eyes haunted her still. "Mummy!" Molly gasped and spun. Charlie stood in the doorway, snow melting in his ginger hair, his round face concerned. "Mummy, why are you crying? Did you hurt yourself?" She crouched down and pulled him into a fierce hug, getting her apron soaked with snowmelt. "No, darling, Mummy's fine, just being silly." "Are they happy tears?" Charlie asked, his voice muffled against her shoulder. "Daddy says people have happy tears sometimes." "Yes," Molly managed, surprised to find it was partly true. "Happy tears, because you're safe, because we're all together." Charlie pulled back and studied her face with 7-year-old seriousness. Then he patted her cheek with one damp, cold hand. "It's okay to cry, Mummy. Daddy says brave people cry too." Molly's breath caught. When had her children gotten so wise? "Your father's a very smart man." "I know," Charlie said matter-of-factly. "Can we have hot chocolate?" She laughed, the sound wet but genuine. "With marshmallows?" "With lots of marshmallows." As Charlie ran back outside to tell his brothers about the promised hot chocolate, Molly straightened and returned to her dishes. The grief would come and go, she knew that now. But so would the joy and the ordinary moments and the blessed, miraculous gift of her children, playing in the snow without fear. She placed one hand on her belly. "You'll grow up safe," she whispered to the child within. "Whatever else happens, you'll grow up in a world without him." It was a promise and a prayer and a hope so fierce it felt like magic. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Minerva McGonagall walked the 7th-floor corridor with the peculiar stillness that came from being entirely alone. Most students had left for the Christmas holidays yesterday, their trunks banging down staircases, their excited chatter echoing off stone walls. The castle that typically thrummed with the magic of hundreds of young witches and wizards had settled into a deeper, older quiet, the patient breathing of ancient stones and protective enchantments that had stood for 1,000 years. Her footsteps echoed on flagstones worn smooth by centuries of feet. A suit of armor nodded to her as she passed. The portraits on the walls murmured their greetings, their painted figures drowsy in the early afternoon light. She should be grateful for the peace. For 17 years, this castle had been a refuge and a target both, a place the Dark Lord wanted but couldn't breach, where students studied advanced transfiguration while their parents fought a war in the shadows. Every term had brought new fears. Which students wouldn't return after Christmas? Whose parents had been killed? Whose families had gone into hiding? How many empty seats would appear in the Great Hall, never to be filled again? This year, for the first time since 1970, Minerva had watched her students leave for the holidays without that cold knot of dread in her stomach. They'd board the Hogwarts Express in January. They'd come back. Their parents would survive the holidays. The Dark Lord was gone, but so was James Potter, who transformed her office into a swamp in his 5th year and cried in that same office when she told him he'd been made head boy. So was Lily Evans, the brightest witch of her age, who'd asked Minerva's advice about job prospects with such earnest determination. So was baby Harry, hidden away in a Muggle suburb, marked by prophecy and fate. Minerva reached a window that overlooked the grounds. Snow blanketed the landscape in perfect white, broken only by the dark line of the forbidden forest and the giant squid's occasional ripple across the lake. Beautiful, peaceful, deceptive. She pressed her hand against the cold glass. She'd checked on Harry twice since Dumbledore had placed him with the Dursleys. The first time had been in cat form, padding down Privet Drive in the November dark, peering through windows until she'd found him, asleep in a cot, alive, safe technically. The second time had been last week. The cot was gone. The nursery had become an office. And Harry. Minerva closed her eyes against the memory. A cupboard under the stairs. A toddler who'd barely learned to walk, kept in a space meant for cleaning supplies and forgotten things. She'd nearly marched to the front door then and there. Consequences be damned. Only Dumbledore's words had stopped her. The protection in Lily's blood is absolute, Minerva. While Harry calls that place home, he cannot be harmed by Voldemort's followers. We cannot risk it. Not yet. Not yet. As if there would be a perfect time to rescue a child from neglect. Brooding, are we? Minerva turned. Nearly headless, Nick drifted through the wall, his head lolling at its characteristic awkward angle. Despite everything, she felt her mouth quirk. Simply thinking, Sir Nicholas. Ah, thinking. A dangerous pastime. The ghost floated closer, his translucent form picking up the cold light from the window. Though I confess, I've been doing rather a lot of it myself lately. Do you know, this is the first Christmas in 11 years when I haven't worried about Death Eaters attacking the castle. 11 years, Minerva repeated quietly. Indeed. I'm 500 years dead, give or take a decade, and I'd forgotten what peace felt like. Nick's expression grew wistful. Though I remember other wars, other dark times, they always end, Professor. And then life continues, as messy and complicated as ever. Does it get easier? The question slipped out before Minerva could stop it. Continuing after loss? Nick was silent for a long moment, drifting in the winter light. No, he said finally, gently. But you learn to carry it differently. The grief becomes part of you rather than something fighting you. And there's comfort in that, strange as it sounds. Minerva nodded, not trusting her voice. The students who remain are gathering in the Great Hall for hot chocolate, Nick said, his tone deliberately lighter. The house elves have outdone themselves, enchanted marshmallows that sing carols when they melt. Quite charming, really. You should join us. Perhaps I shall. But after Nick drifted away, Minerva remained at the window, looking out at the peaceful grounds. Somewhere in Surrey, Harry Potter was growing up without magic, without knowledge of who he was, what he'd done, what he'd lost. The boy who lived, kept in a cupboard. She would check on him again before Christmas. She would ensure he was safe, even if she couldn't ensure he was happy. And someday, not yet, but someday, that child would come to Hogwarts, would walk these halls, study in these classrooms, perhaps transform her office into a swamp, just as his father had. Minerva allowed herself a small, sad smile. She would wait, she would watch, and when the time came, she would ensure Harry Potter knew he had at least one person in this castle who'd loved his parents and would love him too. The snow continued to fall, soft and steady, covering the world in quiet white. As darkness settled over Britain, lights bloomed across the wizarding world like small, defiant stars. In Diagon Alley, enchanted lanterns swayed between buildings, their warm glow reflecting off fresh snow. In Hogsmeade, villagers gathered at the Three Broomsticks, raising glasses to absent friends and uncertain futures. In homes scattered across the countryside, families lit their hearths and pulled their children close and whispered thanks to magic and fate and dumb luck that they'd survived. And in Little Whinging, Surrey, in a neat house on a neat street where nothing magical was supposed to exist, a small boy slept in the dark beneath the stairs. He didn't know about the snow falling on Diagon Alley, or the wizards toasting to peace, or the stern witch who watched his house from the shadows. He didn't know his name meant anything more than the word his aunt spat like a curse. He didn't know about the lightning bolt scar hidden beneath his fringe, or what it meant, or what it cost. He simply slept, one small hand curled beneath his cheek, dreaming whatever dreams come to children who know nothing of the world that waits for them. And outside, Minerva McGonagall stood in her animagus form, a tabby cat sitting on a cold wall, keeping watch. The first snow of December had fallen. The world was at peace, however fragile. And somewhere in the future, a boy would grow up and learn his name, meant hope. But tonight, he simply slept. And that, for now, was enough. The kitchen at the Burrow smelled of cinnamon and hope. Molly Weasley surveyed her domain with the satisfaction of a general preparing for battle, though this battle involved flour rather than curses, and the only casualties would be her waistline and Arthur's third helping of treacle tart. Every available surface bore evidence of her campaign: cooling mince pies on the windowsill, a Christmas pudding wrapped in cheesecloth and singing softly to itself. She'd accidentally used a calming draught instead of brandy, but the effect was rather soothing, and enough biscuit dough to feed half of Ottery St. Catchpole. 3 enchanted wooden spoons stirred 3 separate pots on the stove, moving in synchronized rhythm like a tiny orchestra. Molly had learned long ago that cooking for a family of Weasleys required either magic or madness, and she'd opted for the former. "Mum, Percy's got my exploding snap cards again." "Did not?" "Did too. I can see them in your pocket." Molly didn't turn from the pastry. She was rolling. "Percy Arthur Weasley, give your brother back his cards this instant. And Charlie, stop antagonizing your brother." "But he—" "This instant." The sound of reluctant shuffling followed, then Percy's small voice. Sorry, Charlie. "It's all right. Want to play around together?" Molly smiled into her pastry. The art of sibling warfare and reconciliation, conducted at lightning speed, was one of the burrow's most consistent features. The walls had probably absorbed more arguments and apologies than actual magic over the years. Through the kitchen window, she could see Bill in the garden, carefully arranging stones into some sort of pattern. At 11, he was caught in that peculiar space between childhood and adolescence, still young enough to play in the snow, old enough to sometimes catch the weight in his parents' silences. He looked up and saw her watching, offering a small wave. She waved back, her heart squeezing. He'd asked her last week why everyone seemed so happy and so sad at the same time. She hadn't known what to tell him. How did you explain to a child that relief could feel like grief? That survival came with the weight of knowing others hadn't? That peace was precious specifically because they'd learned how easily it could be lost? In the end, she'd simply held him and said, "Because we're grateful, sweetheart." And sometimes being grateful reminds us of what we nearly lost. He'd nodded against her shoulder, not quite understanding but accepting it anyway. That was Bill, thoughtful, patient, willing to sit with confusion rather than demand immediate answers. The clock on the wall, a Weasley family heirloom that showed locations rather than time, had all its hands pointing to home. Molly glanced at it periodically, a habit she couldn't break. For years, Arthur's hand had swung between work, traveling, and the sickening position of mortal peril that had made her stomach drop every time. Now it simply pointed to work, steady and safe, counting down the minutes until it would swing to home. Simple, boring, beautiful. The kitchen fire crackled, and a shower of green flames announced Arthur's arrival before the workday should have properly ended. Molly spun, wand already halfway out of her apron pocket, old habits, old fears, before she registered her husband's cheerful, slightly sooty face emerging from the hearth. "Molly, my dear, you'll never believe—" "Oh, are those mince pies?" Her heart rate settled. "Arthur Weasley, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Why are you home so early? Is something wrong?" "Wrong? No, quite the opposite." Arthur stepped fully into the kitchen, brushing ash from his robes with the absent-minded air of a man who'd been fluing for decades. "Perkins gave me the afternoon off. Said there was no point sitting around the office when there's barely any work to do. Can you imagine? Not enough work." He said it with such wonder that Molly had to laugh, even as her hands trembled slightly from the adrenaline spike. "Arthur, you can't just appear unexpectedly. I thought—" "I know." His expression softened, and he crossed to her, taking her flour-dusted hands in his. "I know, love. I'm sorry. But you'll have to get used to me coming home at reasonable hours. Shocking concept, I realize." "Terribly shocking," Molly agreed, her voice thick. "However will I cope? With resilience and fortitude, as always." Arthur kissed her forehead, then plucked a still-warm mince pie from the cooling rack. "And perhaps with these magnificent— Don't you dare eat that before dinner. Too late." Arthur grinned around the mouthful of pie, looking for all the world like a mischievous schoolboy rather than a ministry employee in his 40s. Crumbs dotted his mustache. Molly tried to maintain her stern expression and failed completely. This ordinary, silly, domestic moment was what they'd fought for, what so many had died for. The right to steal mince pies and get flour on your husband's work robes. and worry about nothing more serious than whether the Christmas pudding would set properly. "Daddy!" Percy came barreling into the kitchen at full toddler speed, crashing into Arthur's legs with the devastating accuracy of a well-aimed stunning spell. Charlie followed at a more moderate pace, and Bill appeared in the doorway, brushing snow from his jumper. "You're home early," Bill observed, his tone carefully neutral. At 11, he was learning to read the spaces between words, to hear what wasn't being said. "I am indeed." Arthur swung Percy up onto his hip, making exaggerated groaning sounds. "Good grief, Percy, have you been eating Hagrid's rock cakes? You've gotten enormous." "I'm a growing boy," Percy said solemnly, clearly repeating something he'd heard elsewhere. "That you are, growing like a venomous tentacula. Soon you'll be bigger than Bill." "Will not." "Will too." Bill rolled his eyes with the profound disdain only an older brother could muster. "Dad, that's not how growth works. Percy's 5. I'm 11. Basic mathematics suggests nothing of the sort when magic is involved," Arthur interrupted cheerfully. "Why, I once knew a wizard who shrank 3 inches after a badly cast engorgement charm. Never did get them back. Had to have all his robes tailored." "Really?" Charlie's eyes widened. "Absolutely true. Well, possibly true. Might have been apocryphal. But it makes a good point about magical accidents." Molly turned back to her pastry, listening to Arthur spin increasingly improbable tales while the boys peppered him with questions. This was Arthur's gift, the ability to make the ordinary magical and the magical ordinary, to teach through stories, to keep wonder alive even in the darkest times. She'd fallen in love with that gift 17 years ago, and it hadn't faded. "Boys," she said, cutting through a particularly elaborate explanation of why house elves didn't need to wear shoes. "Go wash up for an early dinner. Your father's home. We might as well eat as a family." The boys scattered, Percy toddling toward the bathroom, with Charlie's reluctant supervision, Bill lingering in the doorway. "Mum, is everything really okay now?" Molly's hands stilled on the rolling pin. Arthur met her eyes across the kitchen, a whole conversation passing between them in silence. "Come here, Bill," Arthur said gently. Their eldest approached, all gangly limbs and serious expression. Arthur set down his teacup and pulled out a chair, gesturing for Bill to sit. Molly abandoned her pastry and joined them, the 3 of them forming a small circle in the warm kitchen. "You're old enough to understand some things," Arthur began, choosing his words carefully. "The war, and it was a war, even if the ministry didn't call it that, is over. The Dark Lord is gone. That's true. But," Bill prompted, because of course, he'd heard the unspoken caveat. "But people don't heal as quickly as they celebrate," Molly said softly. "There are families who lost people, friends who won't come back. Your uncles Fabian and Gideon." "I remember." Bill's voice was small. "Sort of. They used to bring me sweets." "They did." Molly's throat tightened. "They'd have spoiled you all rotten if they'd had the chance. So everyone's happy the war is over, but sad about who died." "That's part of it," Arthur agreed. "And there's also, well, it's hard to explain, but sometimes when you've been frightened for a long time, it takes a while to believe the fear is really gone. Your mother and I, we're still learning how to not be afraid." Bill absorbed this, his young face thoughtful. "Is that why Mum checks the clock all the time? And why you both get quiet when the owls come?" "Merlin, when had her baby gotten so observant?" Yes, Arthur said simply. Old habits, they'll fade with time. But you're safe now, really safe. Charlie and Percy and the new baby, we're all safe. How did you… Molly started. Bill gave her a look that was pure exasperation. Mum, you keep putting your hand on your belly and smiling, and you're knitting tiny booties. I'm not stupid. Despite everything, Molly laughed. No, you're certainly not. Yes, there's a new baby coming, in March. Another brother? How do you know it's a brother? Bill shrugged. We're Weasleys. It's always brothers. Arthur grinned and ruffled Bill's hair. Sound logic. And yes, we're safe. All of us. This baby will grow up in peacetime, which is something I wasn't sure we'd be able to say even a few months ago. Good. Bill stood, looking suddenly much older than 11. I'm glad. I don't remember much from before the war. I was too little. But I remember Mum crying when she thought we couldn't hear. And I remember you coming home late with blood on your robes once, Dad, even though you said it was dragon's blood from work. Arthur's expression flickered. Bill, it's okay. I'm not mad. Bill struggled for words. I just want everything to stay like this. Normal, boring, safe. So do we, sweetheart, Molly whispered. So do we. Bill nodded, then headed toward the stairs, presumably to wash up for dinner. His footsteps echoed on the creaky steps, and Molly heard him call out to his brothers, Oi, Percy, stop hogging the sink. The sounds of normal sibling warfare resumed. Arthur reached for Molly's hand. He's going to be all right. They all are, Molly said firmly, willing it to be true. They have to be. That's what this was all for. Molly. I know. She squeezed his hand. I know it's not that simple. I know we can't protect them from everything. But Arthur, for the first time in 11 years, we don't have to protect them from Death Eaters, from the Dark Lord, from a war that could take them before they're even old enough to fight back. That has to count for something. It counts for everything, Arthur said quietly. Every ordinary moment, every boring dinner, every argument about exploding snap cards, it's exactly what we fought for. They sat in silence for a moment, hands linked, the kitchen warm around them. The enchanted spoons continued their stirring. The clock ticked steadily, all hands pointing to home. Outside, snow began to fall again, soft and steady. We should tell the others, Molly said eventually. About the baby. Properly, I mean. Before Bill tells them all himself. Arthur smiled. At dinner? At dinner. The early dinner was chaotic in the way only Weasley family meals could be. Percy knocked over his pumpkin juice twice. Charlie tried to sneak vegetables to the garden gnomes through the window, and Bill maintained a running commentary on proper table manners that his younger brothers ignored completely. It was perfect. When the main course was cleared, and Molly brought out the mince pies, minus the one Arthur had stolen, she caught Arthur's eye across the table. He nodded. Boys, she said, and something in her tone made them all look up. Your father and I have some news. Is it about Christmas? Percy asked hopefully. Better than Christmas, Arthur said, though not as immediate. Your mother is going to have a baby. There was a beat of silence. I knew it, Bill crowed. A baby. Charlie's face lit up. Like Harry Potter? Molly's breath caught at the unexpected reference. Yes, darling, like Harry. But Harry's parents died, Percy said matter-of-factly, in that blunt way young children had. Are you going to die? No, Molly said quickly, reaching for his small hand. No, sweetheart, we're fine. We're all fine. The baby will be here in March, and we'll all be together. Will it be a boy or a girl? Charlie wanted to know. We'll find out when the baby arrives, Arthur said, though Bill seems convinced it's a brother. It is, Bill said confidently. We're Weasleys. Can we name it? Charlie asked. Absolutely not, Molly said firmly. You wanted to name Percy Dragon. Dragon is a brilliant name. It's a ridiculous name. Is not. Boys, Arthur interjected, his eyes twinkling. What matters is that come March, there will be another Weasley at this table, another person to make this house even more chaotic and loud and absolutely wonderful. Another person to share my room, Bill added, but he was smiling. Another person to play with, Charlie said. Another person, Percy repeated solemnly, as if testing out the concept. Another person who would grow up safe, Molly thought. Another child who would never have to fear the Dark Lord, never have to grow up in the shadow of war, never have to understand why their parents whispered in worried voices after bedtime. Another person, she agreed, her voice steady despite the tears threatening. Another blessing. That night, after the boys were asleep, Charlie and Percy sharing a room, Bill in his own, all of them safe under the burrow's crooked roof, Arthur and Molly sat by the kitchen fire. The house settled around them with creaks and sighs. Somewhere above, Percy called out in his sleep. The clock ticked steadily. Outside, the wind picked up, but inside, they were warm. Do you think about them? Molly asked quietly. James and Lily. Arthur was silent for a long moment. Every day. James was... He was young, Molly. Too young. They both were. And Harry. With Lily's family. Dumbledore says he's safe. Safe isn't the same as happy. No, Arthur agreed. But alive is better than the alternative. He'll grow up. He'll come to Hogwarts. And maybe by then, he'll have had enough ordinary childhood to balance out everything else. Molly wasn't sure she believed it, but she wanted to. Our children will never know him as anything but the boy who lived. Perhaps that's for the best. Let Harry have some mystery, some distance. Let him be more than his tragedy when he's old enough to understand it. He'll be in Bill's year if he comes to Hogwarts in 1991. He will, Arthur said with certainty. Dumbledore will make sure of it, and Bill will look after him, because that's who Bill is. Our son, the protector. He gets it from his mother. Molly leaned into Arthur's shoulder, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing. Above them, the burrow groaned in the wind, but the wards held strong. The clock showed everyone home. The children slept safe. It's going to be a good Christmas, she said. Our first peaceful one in so long. It is, Arthur agreed, though I'm not sure the house can withstand much more decorating. I found Charlie trying to enchant the garden gnomes into a nativity scene yesterday. Molly laughed, the sound soft in the quiet kitchen. Were the gnomes cooperative? They were not. I should hope not. Gnomes have standards. They sat in comfortable silence as the fire burned low and the first stars appeared in the winter sky. Outside, the war was over. Inside, a family was whole. And in March, there would be another Weasley to love. For now, it was enough. More than enough. It was everything. The castle dreamed in stone and silence. Emma Woodley, 7th-year Hufflepuff prefect, walked the outside 4th-floor corridor, with her wand held loosely at her side, its tip glowing with a soft lumos that barely disturbed the darkness. Her footsteps echoed off the flagstones, a lonely sound that would have been swallowed entirely by the usual chaos of term time. but now seemed to announce her presence to every sleeping portrait and drowsy suit of armor. Most students had left on the Hogwarts Express yesterday morning, their trunks bumping down staircases, their voices bright with holiday anticipation. The castle that typically held 700 souls now sheltered perhaps 24, students whose families lived abroad, or who had nowhere else to go, or who simply preferred the quiet magic of Hogwarts at Christmas. Emma understood the appeal. She'd stayed behind every year since third year, when her parents had moved to Egypt for her father's work with Gringotts. The castle at Christmas was a different creature entirely, slower, gentler, more willing to reveal its secrets to those patient enough to listen. A portrait of a medieval witch stirred as Emma passed, her painted eyes opening with the slight crackle of old canvas. "Outlay, dear," the witch observed, her voice dry as parchment. "Prefect rounds, Matilda." "Ah, yes. Looking for troublemakers in an empty castle. Very thorough." Emma smiled. "You'd be surprised. Just last Christmas, I caught 2 fifth-years trying to sneak into the astronomy tower after midnight. Romance. Attempting to see if they could spot Father Christmas on his rounds." Matilda's painted face creased with amusement. "And did they?" They saw Professor Flitwick levitating presents to the Great Hall and decided it was close enough. The portrait chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "The castle feels different this year, doesn't it?" Emma paused, considering. "Yes, lighter somehow." "Peace has a weight of its own," Matilda said sagely, "or perhaps the absence of weight. After carrying fear for so long, relief feels like floating." It was an unexpectedly profound observation from a portrait Emma had always considered rather frivolous. But then the portraits had witnessed centuries of Hogwarts history, wars and peace, darkness and light, patterns repeating like the turning of seasons. "Did you live through other wars?" Emma asked. "Several. The Goblin rebellions were particularly nasty. I lost a nephew in 1612. And there was that dreadful business with Grindelwald, of course." Matilda's painted eyes grew distant. "But they always end, dear girl. The darkness always ends. And then life continues, messy and complicated and blessedly ordinary." "That's what Nearly Headless Nick said," Emma murmured. "Well, Nicholas has been dead for 500 years. He's had ample time to develop perspective." Matilda settled back into her frame, preparing to return to painted sleep. "Finish your rounds, dear. The castle is peaceful tonight. Enjoy it." Emma continued down the corridor, turning Matilda's words over in her mind. The darkness always ends. It seemed impossible that just 2 months ago, students had walked these same halls with wands ready, that parents had sent their children to Hogwarts, wondering if they'd see them again at Christmas, that the war had felt eternal and inescapable. Now it was simply over. She reached the end of the corridor and began descending a staircase that had decided to remain stable for the evening. The staircases were less mischievous when the castle was quiet, as if they too appreciated the peace. On the 3rd-floor landing, she encountered Nearly Headless Nick, drifting through a wall, his head at its characteristic angle. "Good evening, Sir Nicholas." "Ah, Miss Woodley. Conducting your rounds with admirable diligence, I see." The ghost floated closer, his translucent form picking up the silvery glow of Emma's wand. "Though I must say, the castle is remarkably well behaved tonight. I haven't had to warn off a single student from unauthorized nighttime explorations. Perhaps they're all too full of dinner to cause trouble." Emma suggested. The house elves outdid themselves again. They always do, particularly at Christmas. Nick's expression grew thoughtful. You know, I've experienced over 400 Christmases at Hogwarts, and each one has its own character. This year feels significant. Because of the war ending? Precisely. There's a quality to the magic in the stones, a sort of collective sigh of relief. Even the castle itself seems to be resting easier. Nick gestured vaguely at the walls around them. Old as I am, I'd forgotten what that felt like. Emma leaned against the banister, not quite ready to continue her rounds. Conversations with Nick were always interesting, and the castle was quiet enough that she could spare a few moments. Were you here during Grindelwald's time? Indeed I was. Dark days, those. Not as many students stayed for the holidays. Parents were too frightened to be separated from their children. The castle felt hollowed out, haunted by more than just us ghosts. Nick's head wobbled thoughtfully. But when it ended, oh, the celebration. Students dancing in the great hall, professors weeping openly, the whole castle absolutely humming with joy and relief. Was it like that this time, when you know who fell? Nick considered the question carefully. Not quite. This time, the relief is mixed with something else. Grief, certainly. So many lost. But also caution, I think. As if everyone's waiting for the other shoe to drop, as the Muggles say. Emma understood that feeling intimately. She'd been 11 when the war truly intensified, 17 now. Most of her Hogwarts experience had been shadowed by fear, the worry that Death Eaters would attack Hogsmeade, that students with the wrong blood status would be targeted, that Hogwarts itself might fall. The fear had become so familiar that its absence felt strange, almost suspicious. "Do you think he's really gone?" she asked quietly. "Permanently, I mean." Nick was silent for a long moment, drifting in the wandlight. "I'm a ghost, Miss Woodley. I exist in the space between life and death, neither one nor the other. If anyone can tell you that death is not always final." He trailed off meaningfully. But whatever the Dark Lord was, whatever dark magic he employed, I believe the threat has passed. For now, at least. For now, Emma echoed, which is all we ever have, really. Now, this moment, this peaceful Christmas at Hogwarts. Nick smiled, or attempted to. The expression was somewhat complicated by his loosely attached head. "Enjoy it, my dear. These quiet moments are rarer than you might think." He drifted away through another wall, leaving Emma alone on the landing. She continued her rounds, passing empty classrooms where moonlight streamed through tall windows, suits of armor standing sentinel in the darkness, tapestries depicting long-ago battles and celebrations. The castle at night was a palimpsest of history, centuries of magic layered over each other, stories written in stone and spell and silence. In his office at the top of the castle, Albus Dumbledore sat by the fire and watched the flames dance, the phoenix on his perch, Fawkes, brilliant and crimson and patient, drowsed with his head tucked under one wing. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses slept in their frames, their painted snores a soft chorus. The silver instruments on their spindle-legged tables whirred and clicked quietly, monitoring wards and enchantments and the general well-being of the castle. Everything was peaceful. Everything was wrong. Dumbledore reached for a lemon drop from the bowl on his desk, a habit, a comfort, a small sweetness in a world that had proven itself capable of extraordinary bitterness. The candy dissolved on his tongue as he stared into the flames, seeing not the present fire, but memories flickering in the heat. James Potter, 17 years old, messy-haired and arrogant and brilliant, arguing with Dumbledore about battle tactics with the passionate certainty of youth. Lily Evans, Lily Potter, with her bright green eyes and fierce intelligence, holding her newborn son and radiating such love it had been almost painful to witness. Both gone now, cut down in their own home by the darkest wizard of the age, their son somehow surviving what should have been certain death. The boy who lived. Dumbledore closed his eyes against the title. The wizarding world had seized on it with desperate enthusiasm. A child savior, a symbol of hope, proof that darkness could be defeated. They'd turned a 15-month-old baby into a legend before he could even speak in full sentences. And Dumbledore had hidden that child away in a Muggle suburb, with relatives who would despise him, in a house that would offer protection, but not love. Still brooding, Albus? He opened his eyes. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, arguably the least pleasant headmaster in Hogwarts history, was awake and watching him with shrewd dark eyes. Simply thinking, Phineas. You've been simply thinking for 6 weeks now. Most former headmasters in this office had the decency to brood more quietly. Despite everything, Dumbledore's mouth twitched. My apologies for disturbing your rest. It's not rest that concerns me. I'm dead. I'll have eternity for that. It's your obvious guilt complex. Phineas leaned forward in his frame, his painted robes rustling. You placed the Potter boy with blood relatives, as was appropriate. You ensured his protection through ancient magic. You made the difficult choice. Stop flagellating yourself about it. I placed a child with people who will resent his very existence. Better resented and alive than loved and dead. The Dark Lord's followers remain at large. Or had you forgotten? Sirius Black betrayed the Potters. Peter Pettigrew is missing. 6 Death Eaters escaped Azkaban through legal maneuvering or family connections. The boy needs protection, not sentiment. Dumbledore knew all this, had weighed every factor, calculated every risk, chosen the option that offered the greatest magical protection, even if it offered the least kindness. The blood wards created by Lily's sacrifice would keep Harry safer than any other magic in existence, but only while he could call his aunt's house home. And so, a child lived in a cupboard, while the wizarding world celebrated his survival. I visited the house last week, Dumbledore said quietly. In disguise. The boy was playing in the garden. If one could call that cramped square of grass a garden, his cousin, twice his size and half his age, was chasing him with what appeared to be malicious intent. Harry ran into the house, and I heard his aunt's sharp voice berating him for disturbing his cousin. And yet he lives, Phineas said flatly. Fed, clothed, sheltered. Not ideal, certainly, but alive. Is mere survival enough? For now, yes. Albus, you're one of the most powerful wizards of the age, but even you cannot protect everyone from everything. The boy will come to Hogwarts in 10 years. You can ensure his happiness then. For now, ensure his safety. Fawkes stirred on his perch, letting out a low, musical trill that seemed to express either agreement or sympathy. With phoenixes, it was often difficult to tell which. Dumbledore stood and crossed to the window. Below, the castle grounds stretched out in perfect winter stillness, snow covering everything in soft white, the forbidden forest a dark smudge on the horizon, The black lake smooth as glass, beautiful, peaceful, deceptive. Because Voldemort wasn't truly gone, was he? Defeated, yes. Disembodied, almost certainly. But gone. The prophecy had been quite clear. Neither can live while the other survives. Half of that prophecy had come to pass. The other half remained unfulfilled. Somewhere out there, in whatever form he'd been reduced to, Tom Riddle endured. And when he returned, and Dumbledore believed he would return, Harry Potter would need to be ready. A child who lived in a cupboard, who would grow up not knowing he was famous, not knowing he was loved, not knowing he was destined for something both terrible and great. Was that protection or cruelty? Dumbledore no longer knew. "You're thinking about the prophecy," Phineas observed. "I'm always thinking about the prophecy. And the Dark Lord's ambiguous state. That too. Then you made the right choice. The boy needs to grow up away from fame, away from wizarding politics, away from Death Eaters seeking revenge. Let him have these years of obscurity. They may be all the peace he ever knows." It was a grim assessment, but probably accurate. Dumbledore pressed his hand against the cold window glass and allowed himself one moment of profound weariness. He'd fought Grindelwald half a century ago, had spent the last decade orchestrating resistance against Voldemort, had lost friends, students, colleagues, had made choices that would haunt him until his own portrait joined the others on these walls. And now, having won a costly victory, he could not even allow himself to believe it was permanent. "The students seem happy," he said eventually. "Those who remained for the holidays. They're young. They bounce back." Phineas settled back in his frame. Though the seventh years remember more. They were children when it started, nearly adults now. They'll carry it with them. Dumbledore thought of Emma Woodley conducting her prefect rounds through a peaceful castle. She'd been 11 when the darkness truly descended, 17 now. Her entire magical education had occurred in the shadow of war. What must it feel like to finally experience Hogwarts without fear? "The castle itself seems lighter," he mused. "Stones absorb emotion," Phineas said matter-of-factly. 1,000 years of happiness and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, all soaking into the walls. These last years weighed heavily. Now the weight has lifted, or at least lessened. The castle breathes easier. As if in response, the stones around them seemed to hum, a sound so low it was felt rather than heard, the deep magic of Hogwarts settling into a peaceful rhythm. Dumbledore returned to his desk and sat, suddenly exhausted. "Sometimes I wonder if I've done more harm than good, Phineas. All my choices, all my careful manipulations. You've kept thousands of students safe during a war. You've organized resistance against the darkest wizard of the age. You've made impossible choices with imperfect information." Phineas's painted eyes were surprisingly kind. "You're not infallible, Albus. No one is. But you've done your best. My best placed a child in a cupboard. Your best kept that child alive. Sometimes that's all we can do." Fawkes trilled again, and this time Dumbledore understood it clearly. Agreement, sympathy, and gentle chiding all at once. The Phoenix had been with him through decades of difficult decisions. If anyone understood the weight of choosing between bad options and worse ones, it was Fawkes. "Perhaps you're both right," Dumbledore said quietly. "Perhaps survival is enough, for now." "It will have to be," Phineas replied. "Sleep, Albus. Even legendary wizards need rest." The portrait closed his eyes, dismissing himself from the conversation. Fawkes tucked his head back under his wing. The silver instruments continued their quiet monitoring. Dumbledore sat by the fire as it burned low, turning his lemon drop over in his mouth and thinking of a child sleeping in a cupboard in Surrey. A child who carried a piece of prophecy in his scar and a piece of his mother's love in his blood. Neither can live while the other survives. The prophecy would come to pass. Dumbledore knew it with the same certainty he knew his own name. And when it did, Harry Potter would need to be strong enough, brave enough, loved enough to face what was coming. 10 years. He had 10 years to prepare, to plan, to ensure that when Harry Potter walked through Hogwarts doors, he would find not just an education, but a home. It would have to be enough. Outside, snow began to fall again, soft flakes drifting past the tower windows, covering the grounds in fresh white. The castle settled deeper into its winter peace, stones humming with ancient magic, portraits dozing in their frames. Somewhere in Surrey, a child slept beneath the stairs. Somewhere in the shadows, darkness waited. And here in his tower, an old wizard kept watch and hoped that peace, however hard won, might last a little longer, just a little longer, long enough for a child to grow, long enough for hope to take root, long enough for Christmas to come to Hogwarts, bringing with it the promise that even the darkest night eventually gives way to dawn. The fire burned low, casting dancing shadows on the walls. And Albus Dumbledore, greatest wizard of the age, sat alone with his thoughts and his regrets, and his desperate, stubborn hope that this time, the light would hold. The corridors of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries smelled of antiseptic potions and something deeper, the particular scent of long-term despair. Healer Miriam Strout walked the 4th floor with practiced efficiency, her lime green robe swishing softly against the polished floors. This was the Di Llewellyn ward, serious bites, though in recent years it had become something else entirely. A repository for those who'd survived encounters with the darkest magic, but they hadn't truly survived at all. The war's leftovers, some junior healers called them, though never within Miriam's hearing. She'd hexed the last one who'd used that phrase, and nobody had blamed her. Room 49 held her most challenging patient, a man who'd once been a brilliant aura, who'd taught defensive magic at 3 different academies, who'd had a daughter and a wife and a life. Now he stared at the ceiling and occasionally remembered his own name. "Good morning, Mr. Whitby," Miriam said cheerfully, checking the chart at the foot of his bed. "How are we feeling today?" Gregory Whitby turned his head slowly, his eyes focusing somewhere past her left shoulder. "The roses need pruning," he said conversationally. "Margaret always forgets the roses." Margaret Whitby had been dead for 3 years, killed in the same Death Eater attack that had left her husband like this, alive but absent, present but impossibly distant. "I'll make a note about the roses," Miriam said gently, adjusting his pillows. "Would you like some water?" "The children should be home soon. School finishes at 3. "Yes," Miriam agreed, though there were no children, had never been children. The curse had taken his memories and rearranged them into a life that had never existed, perhaps kinder than leaving him with the truth. "I'm sure they'll be along shortly." She continued her rounds, checking on patients who'd been hit with memory charms so powerful they'd forgotten how to speak, who'd been cursed into permanent paranoia, who'd been imperious so many times their sense of self had simply dissolved. The lucky ones died. The unlucky ones ended up here. In room 52, a young woman, barely 20, sat by the window, hands folded in her lap, staring at nothing. Her name was Catherine, and she'd been a promising Hufflepuff student until Death Eaters had tortured her for information about her Muggle-born father's whereabouts. She hadn't broken. They'd tortured her anyway. "Catherine, dear, it's time for your potions." The woman didn't respond, didn't even blink. Miriam administered the calming draught with gentle efficiency, then sat for a moment in the chair beside the bed. This was the part of her job that wasn't strictly necessary. The sitting, the talking, the maintaining of human connection, even when the patient couldn't respond. "It's December," Miriam said quietly. "Nearly Christmas. The war's over, Catherine. He's gone. You're safe now." Safe. What a hollow word. Catherine was safe from external threats, certainly. But safety couldn't undo what had been done, couldn't restore what had been broken, couldn't give her back the life she'd lost. Miriam's hand found Catherine's cold fingers, squeezed gently. "Your sister's coming today. She's bringing decorations, wants to make your room festive. I told her it was allowed, as long as nothing's enchanted to explode." The faintest flicker crossed Catherine's face. Not quite recognition, not quite emotion, but something. A ripple on a stagnant pond. "That's right," Miriam encouraged. "Emma's coming. Your little sister. She'll be here this afternoon." She stayed a few more moments, then moved on. Room 53, room 54, room 55. A catalogue of damage, of lives interrupted, of victories that felt like losses. At the end of the corridor, in the family waiting area, visitors gathered, wives and husbands, parents and children, siblings and friends, all waiting to see people who might not remember them, who might scream at their approach, who might smile blankly and ask who they were. Miriam paused in the doorway, watching a young woman, barely more than a girl, sit with her father's hand clasped in both of hers, talking to him in a steady stream even though he stared past her with empty eyes. "And I've been practicing the Patronus charm, Dad. I know you'd be proud. It's a fox, a silver fox, just like you said Mum's was. I think maybe that means something, don't you? I think maybe it means I'm carrying something of her with me." The father didn't respond, didn't even blink. But the daughter kept talking, kept holding his hand, kept pretending that love could bridge the gap that dark magic had torn open. Miriam turned away before the tears could fall. She'd promised herself years ago that she wouldn't cry at work. It was unprofessional. It was indulgent. It was impossible, really. She cried in the supply closet like everyone else. In Godric's Hollow, frost covered the ruins of the Potter cottage like a benediction. The house stood at the end of a lane, half destroyed and frozen in the moment of its destruction. The Muggles saw a perfectly ordinary cottage with a condemned sign. The magical folk saw what remained after the killing curse, and love had collided. Walls blown apart, roof collapsed, windows shattered into glittering fragments that still littered the garden. Someone had started leaving flowers. It had begun the day after Halloween, a single bunch of enchanted roses that wouldn't wilt, placed carefully on what remained of the front step. Then another, then more. By December, the ruins were nearly buried under magical offerings. Flowers that bloomed in winter, candles that burned without melting, small toys for a baby who would never play with them. Bathilda Bagshot stood at the edge of her garden next door, wrapped in a threadbare cloak, watching a young couple place their offering with the others. They were crying, both of them, unashamed tears freezing on their cheeks. "Did you know them?" Batilda called out, her voice carrying the particular crackle of advanced age. The couple startled. The woman wiped her eyes. "No, we never met them. But they fought for us, didn't they? For all of us." "They did," Batilda agreed, shuffling closer. At her age, and she was very old indeed, though she'd stopped counting decades ago, she'd learned that truth mattered more than comfort. James and Lily Potter died protecting their son, and in doing so, they protected all of us. "Is it true," the man asked, "that the baby survived?" "So they say, though where he is now, nobody seems to know." Batilda's tone suggested she had opinions about that, none of them favorable. "Hidden away somewhere, no doubt, for his own protection." "He saved us," the woman whispered. "A baby saved the entire wizarding world." "Or his mother did," Batilda corrected gently. "Never forget that it was Lily's love that created the protection. Harry simply survived it." The couple nodded, placed their flowers, winter jasmine, enchanted to smell like summer, and disapparated with a soft crack. Batilda remained, staring at the ruins. She'd known the Potters, both generations of them, had bounced James on her knee when he was small, had attended his wedding to that brilliant Evans girl, had held baby Harry, and marveled at how much trouble those eyes promised. Now James and Lily were buried in the churchyard, their graves already gathering offerings of their own. And Harry was wherever Dumbledore had decided to stash him, hidden from a world that would have devoured him whole with its need for a savior. "You did well, Lily girl," Batilda said quietly to the ruins, to the ghost of a woman who'd been extraordinary in her ordinariness. "You loved him enough to save us all." The frost glittered in the weak winter sun. The flowers bloomed impossibly, and the ruins stood as testament to what happened when love faced darkness and refused to yield. The leaky cauldron was fuller than it had been in years, but the cheer felt forced, the laughter a beat too loud. Tom the barkeeper served drinks with his usual efficiency, but his eyes, old and shrewd and sad, missed nothing. He saw the empty chairs at tables that should have been full. He saw the way patrons glanced at the door every time it opened, as if expecting people who would never walk through it again. He saw the peculiar desperation with which people clung to normalcy, as if acting cheerful could make them actually feel it. "Another fire whiskey, Tom." He poured for Malcolm Weatherby, an aura who'd lost his partner in the war and had spent the last 6 weeks drinking steadily through his grief. Tom said nothing, just poured and collected payment and moved on. What was there to say? That time healed all wounds, that life continued. Malcolm knew all that. Knowing didn't make it easier. At a corner table, 3 elderly witches sat with tea going cold in their cups, speaking in hushed voices. "Did you hear about the Bones family? Terrible business. Edgar and his wife and both children, all gone. At least Amelia survived, though having your entire family murdered while you're at work, I can't imagine. And the McKinnons, Marlene and her whole family, killed the same night. What kind of monster murders children? The same kind we spent 11 years fighting. Thank Merlin he's gone." Tom wiped down the bar and pretended not to hear. The same conversations happened every day. Catalogues of loss, attempts to make sense of senseless violence, quiet acknowledgements that the price of survival had been far too high. A young wizard Tom didn't recognize pushed open the door, stamping snow from his boots. He ordered a butterbeer and stood at the bar, not quite meeting anyone's eyes. "First time here?" Tom asked conversationally. "Yes, I've been away, abroad. Just got back last week." "Welcome. Home, then. Though I suppose home looks a bit different than when you left it." The young wizard's expression flickered. "My parents died last year. Death Eaters raided our house. I was at university in Bulgaria. Didn't even know until it was over." Tom set down the butterbeer without charging for it. "I'm sorry, lad. Everyone keeps saying that. Sorry for your loss. As if sorry makes a difference." The wizard's hands shook around the mug. "I came back to celebrate. Everyone said we should celebrate. The war's over. We won. It's finished. But my parents are still dead. Celebrating feels like I'm dancing on their graves." "You're not," Tom said firmly. "You're acknowledging that their sacrifice meant something, that the world they died to protect is worth living in. Is it worth living in?" Tom looked around the pub, at the people trying so hard to be normal, to be happy, to move forward despite carrying the weight of so much loss. "I think so, lad. Not because the world's perfect, or because the pain goes away, but because they'd want you to live. Really live, not just exist. That's the best way to honor them." The young wizard nodded slowly, not quite convinced but willing to consider it. He drank his butterbeer in silence, then left coins on the bar despite Tom's earlier generosity, and walked back out into the snow. Tom watched him go, then resumed polishing glasses. The war was over, but its echoes would reverberate for years, in empty chairs and orphaned children, in memories that wouldn't fade and wounds that wouldn't heal. But life continued anyway, messy and painful, and occasionally, unexpectedly, beautiful. That was the thing about survival. It was never as simple as just staying alive. On Privet Drive, evening fell like a curtain, turning the identical houses into identical shadows. Minerva McGonagall stood across the street from number 4, hidden in the shelter of a garden hedge, her eyes fixed on the lit windows. She'd transfigured her robes into a sensible muggle coat, though she suspected her pointed hat would give her away if anyone looked closely. Nobody did. Muggles had a remarkable ability to not see what they didn't expect. Through the downstairs window, she could see Petunia Dursley moving about the kitchen, all sharp angles and tight lips, preparing dinner with the grim efficiency of someone who viewed cooking as a duty rather than a pleasure. Vernon Dursley sat in the living room, his bulk barely contained by an armchair, reading a newspaper with aggressive rustling. And in the background, barely visible through the doorway to the hall, she caught a glimpse of Harry. Minerva's breath caught. He was playing, if one could call it that, with what appeared to be a broken toy car missing 2 wheels. His dark hair stood up at odd angles, just like James's had. Even from this distance, she could see the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. As she watched, Dudley Dursley, enormously fat for a child, barely older than Harry, waddled into view and snatched the toy car away. Harry reached for it, and Dudley shoved him. Hard. Harry fell, hitting the floor with a thump. Minerva couldn't hear, but imagined anyway. Petunia appeared in the doorway. For a moment, Minerva hoped, irrationally, desperately hoped, that Lily's sister would comfort Harry, would scold Dudley, would show some maternal instinct toward the orphaned child in her care. Instead, Petunia grabbed Harry by the arm and dragged him toward the cupboard under the stairs. Her mouth moved in what were clearly sharp words, Harry's small face crumpled, but he didn't cry, as if he'd already learned that tears brought no comfort. The cupboard door closed. Dudley returned to his toys, now including Harry's car. Vernon didn't even look up from his newspaper. Minerva's wand hand twitched. It would be so easy. A simple summoning charm to retrieve Harry. A memory charm for the Dursleys. The boy could be brought to Hogwarts, raised in the magical world, surrounded by people who would love him for who he was rather than resent him for what he represented. But Dumbledore's words echoed in her mind. The blood protection is absolute. While Harry can call this place home, Voldemort's followers cannot harm him. We cannot risk it, Minerva. Home, Minerva whispered bitterly to the winter darkness. This is not a home. This is a prison. But it was a prison that kept him alive. And alive, however miserable, was better than dead. She wanted to believe that, needed to believe that. Because if she didn't, if she allowed herself to truly consider what they were doing to this child in the name of protection. A light snow began to fall, dusting her hat and shoulders with white. Across the street, the Dursleys' house glowed with warm electric light, a picture of Muggle domestic contentment that hid such coldness within. Minerva remained until the downstairs lights went out, until she was certain Harry was at least safe for the night, even if safety and happiness were proving to be very different things. Then she disapparated with a soft crack, returning to Hogwarts where the stones were kind and the magic was warm and children were treasured rather than tolerated. But the image of Harry's small face stayed with her. Confusion and hurt and a terrible, learned acceptance that this was simply how life was. 9 more years. 9 years until he came to Hogwarts, until she could ensure he knew he was valued, that his parents had been extraordinary, that he was loved. 9 years felt like a lifetime. For a child in a cupboard, perhaps it was. Minerva returned to her office and did something she hadn't done since receiving word of James and Lily's deaths. She poured a measure of fire whiskey, drank it in one burning gulp, and allowed herself to weep. For James and Lily, for Harry, for all the children who'd lost parents, and all the parents who'd lost children. The war was over, but its casualties remained, breathing and broken, scattered across Britain like shards of glass from a shattered mirror. And all anyone could do was survive the sharp edges and hope that someday, somehow, the pieces might be fitted back together into something almost whole. Outside, the snow fell steadily, covering the castle grounds in pristine white. Inside, an old witch sat alone with her grief and her guilt and her desperate hope that a child in a cupboard might somehow, despite everything, grow up to be happy. It wasn't enough, but it was all she could offer. And so, like everyone else in the wizarding world that winter, Minerva McGonagall did her best to believe that survival was its own form of victory. Even when victory tasted like ash, even when survival felt like betrayal, even when peace came at a price too high to calculate. The snow fell, the world turned, and somewhere in Surrey, a child slept in the dark and dreamed of flying. Christmas Eve arrived in the wizarding world like an enchantment finally allowed to flourish. By mid-morning, Diagon Alley glowed with magic that served no purpose beyond delight, precisely the kind of frivolous, joyful sorcery that had been too dangerous to display during the war years. Shop windows sparkled with animated displays. Tiny ice skaters pirouetted across frozen ponds at Flourish and Blots. sugar mice pulled miniature sleighs through snowdrifts at sugar plums, and Ollivander's usually austere display featured wands that drew constellation patterns in the air. The cobblestones themselves had been charmed to shimmer with frost that never melted, creating the impression of walking through starlight. Children dragged their parents from shop to shop, pointing and exclaiming, young enough to have no memory of when such displays had been dimmed by fear. Florian Fortescue stood in his shop doorway, watching the crowds with satisfaction. Ice cream in December might seem impractical, but he discovered that hot fudge sundaes and warm butterscotch sauce had their own appeal in winter. Besides, watching families enjoy something sweet and ordinary and safe made every cold draft through the door worthwhile. Mr. Fortescue. He turned to find a young girl, perhaps 8 years old, standing with her mother, both bundled in winter cloaks. The girl held out a carefully wrapped package. "We made you biscuits," she said shyly, "for staying open during the war. Mum said you were one of the only shops that never closed, that we could always find something nice here, even when everything was scary." Florian's throat tightened. "Well, now, that's very kind of you both." The mother smiled, though her eyes held the shadows that seemed universal among adults that winter. "You gave us normal moments when we needed them most. Thank you." They departed before Florian could formulate a proper response, leaving him standing in his doorway with a package of biscuits and the uncomfortable realization that sometimes simply remaining open, simply refusing to let darkness extinguish all the light, was its own form of resistance. He returned inside, placed the biscuits carefully on the counter, and served his next customer with renewed determination. Normal moments. He could do that. He could continue doing that. At the Burrow, organized chaos had reached spectacular new heights. "Bill, the star's crooked." "It's not crooked, Charlie. You're looking at it wrong." "Am not." "R2. Molly surveyed the scene from the kitchen doorway, one hand pressed to her lower back, the other wrapped around a mug of tea. The sitting room looked as if a Christmas decoration shop had exploded. Tinsel draped over every available surface. Enchanted snowflakes drifted near the ceiling, occasionally dive-bombing Percy, who shrieked with delight each time. And the tree Arthur had brought home yesterday threatened to burst through the ceiling with its enthusiastic height. Currently, Bill stood on a ladder, attempting to place a star on the tree's topmost branch, while Charlie directed operations from below with the authority of a military commander half his age. "More to the left." "There is no more left, Charlie. That's literally as far left as it goes." "Then make the tree lean right." "I'm not making the tree lean." Arthur emerged from the shed, arms full of enchanted lights that hummed softly with stored magic. "How are we doing in here?" "The boys are discussing architectural impossibilities," Molly said dryly. "How are you?" "Triumphant. I've got the lights working. Only minor singeing this year." "Arthur, your eyebrows." He patted his face experimentally. "Ah, well, they'll grow back. They always do." Molly couldn't help but laugh. This, her husband with singed eyebrows, her sons arguing about star placement, her house bursting with decorations and noise and life. This was what peace looked like. Chaotic, imperfect, occasionally singed, but gloriously, impossibly safe. "Right," Arthur announced, striding into the sitting room. "Let's get these lights sorted before dinner. Bill, come down from there before you break your neck. Charlie, stop directing and start helping. Percy, stop eating the decorations. I'm not eating them. You've got tinsel in your teeth, son. Percy spat out a strand of silver tinsel, looking affronted. It got in my mouth by accident. By late afternoon, the burrow had been transformed into something that might charitably be called festive, and more accurately described as enthusiastically overwhelming. Every surface bore decoration, every room smelled of pine and cinnamon, and the enchanted lights Arthur had finally managed to hang, with only moderate property damage, twinkled in colours that didn't quite exist in nature. The garden gnomes, disgruntled by the sudden influx of outdoor decorations, had declared war on a mechanical reindeer Arthur had positioned near the fence. Molly watched through the window as they conducted what appeared to be a coordinated assault on its legs. "Should we rescue it?" Bill asked, following her gaze. "Let them have their fun. It's Christmas Eve." As twilight fell, they gathered around the kitchen table for an early dinner. Nothing fancy, just shepherd's pie and vegetables, but eaten together in the warm kitchen while snow began to fall outside. Percy fell asleep in his chair halfway through, head pillowed on his arms. Charlie chattered about dragons he'd read about in one of Bill's books. Bill ate quietly, occasionally meeting his parents' eyes with that too-old understanding that made Molly's heart ache. After dinner, after the washing up had been managed with a combination of magic and arguments about whose turn it was, after Percy had been carried up to bed still half asleep, Molly found herself standing in the sitting room with Arthur, both of them simply looking at what they'd created. "It's a bit much," Arthur said affectionately. "It's perfect," Molly corrected. He slipped his arm around her waist, and she leaned into his warmth. Outside, the snow fell steadily, muffling the world in white. Inside, the lights twinkled and the fire crackled, and their children slept safely upstairs. "James would have loved this," Arthur said quietly. "The chaos, the noise, all of it. He was always drawn to happy families." Molly's eyes stung. Because he wanted one of his own. He had one, for a little while. They stood in silence, honoring the ghosts of their friends, acknowledging the empty spaces at the celebration. Then Molly straightened, placing her hand over Arthur's where it rested on her belly. "Next Christmas," she said firmly, "there'll be another Weasley here, another child to spoil and chase and love. Another victim for the garden gnomes," Arthur agreed. "Another blessing," Molly whispered. At Hogwarts, Christmas Eve descended on the castle like a gentle spell. The remaining students, perhaps 20 in total, scattered across all 4 houses, gathered in the Great Hall, which the house elves had decorated with their characteristic enthusiasm. Enchanted snow fell from the ceiling without ever reaching the floor. Holly and mistletoe draped the walls, and the 12 Christmas trees lining the hall sparkled with thousands of tiny lights. Professor Dumbledore sat at the high table, resplendent in robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars. Professor McGonagall sat to his right, her usual severe expression softened by what might have been actual contentment. Professor Flitwick, tiny and cheerful, conducted an invisible orchestra that filled the hall with carols. Emma Woodley sat at the Hufflepuff table with the other remaining students, a third-year Ravenclaw, 2 Gryffindor siblings, a handful of others. The separation into house tables felt almost silly with so few of them, but tradition held even in absence. "This is nice," the third-year Ravenclaw, Marcus, said through a mouthful of roast potatoes. Quieter than usual Christmas dinner, but nice. My family's in Romania, Emma explained. Yours? India. Dad's researching magical creatures there. He sends letters describing things that would give Mum nightmares if she knew half of what he was doing. Marcus grinned. What about you two? The Gryffindor siblings, twins named Sarah and Simon, exchanged a glance. Our parents died last year, Sarah said, matter-of-factly. We live with our aunt now, but she doesn't really want us for the holidays. The words landed heavily. Emma reached across the table to squeeze Sarah's hand. I'm glad you're here then. Hogwarts is better at Christmas anyway. Definitely better food, Simon agreed, though his voice was too bright, too forced. Dumbledore stood, and conversation quieted. His blue eyes swept the hall, seeming to see each student individually, despite the distance. My dear students, he began, his voice warm as summer honey. What a remarkable gathering this is. Small in number, perhaps, but mighty in spirit. This has been a year of extraordinary change. Darkness has lifted, peace has returned, and yet we carry with us the memory of what was lost. He paused, letting the words settle. Christmas is a time for remembering. We remember those who cannot be with us. We honor their sacrifice, their courage, their love. But it is also a time for celebrating the gift of continued life, the blessing of this moment, the miracle of connection across difference. He raised his goblet, and everyone else followed suit. Pumpkin juice for the students, something considerably stronger for the professors. To absent friends, Dumbledore said softly, and to those present, to the past that shaped us and the future we will create, to peace, however it came to us, and hope wherever it leads us. To absent friends, the hall echoed. They drank, and the moment hung suspended. Grief and gratitude intertwined so completely they became indistinguishable. Then Professor Flitwick's invisible orchestra struck up a lively tune. The house elves appeared with an extraordinary array of desserts, and the evening continued in warmth and gentle joy. Later, Emma stood by one of the tall windows overlooking the grounds, watching snow fall across the frozen lake. Nearly headless Nick drifted up beside her. Contemplative this evening, Miss Woodley. Just thinking how strange it is. Last Christmas, I was afraid to stand near windows, worried about attacks. Now I can just stand here, watch the snow, be peaceful. The absence of fear is its own kind of magic, Nick agreed. More powerful than most spells, I'd wager. Do you miss being alive, especially at Christmas? Nick considered the question with his characteristic thoughtfulness. I miss some things. The taste of Christmas pudding, the warmth of a fire, the particular pleasure of warming cold hands. He smiled. But I don't miss the worry, the dread, the constant awareness of mortality. Being dead has certain advantages. Emma laughed despite herself. That's one way to look at it. The only way, really. One must find advantages where one can. Nick drifted closer to the window, his translucent form picking up the moonlight on snow. This is your last Christmas at Hogwarts, isn't it? It is. What will you do after graduation? I'm not sure yet. The world's different now, more possibilities, I think. During the war, everyone just wanted to survive. Now we can actually choose. A gift many take for granted, Nick observed. But not you, I think. Not me, Emma agreed quietly. They stood together in comfortable silence, the living girl and the dead knight. watching snow transform the world into something clean and new. On Privet Drive, Christmas Eve passed unmarked by magic. The Dursleys had hung electric lights outside, tasteful, identical to their neighbours. Nothing that would draw attention or comment. Inside, an artificial tree stood in the corner of the living room, decorated with such precise uniformity. It looked more like a display model than something meant to bring joy. Beneath the tree, presents piled high, all for Dudley, wrapped in expensive paper with elaborate bows. Harry, watching from the doorway before being shooed away by his aunt, counted 37 packages and felt nothing in particular about this. It was simply how things were. In the cupboard under the stairs, Harry settled into his small space with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd learned to take up as little room as possible. He had a thin blanket, a flat pillow, and a broken toy soldier he'd found in the garden. The soldier was missing an arm, but Harry had named him Brave and decided he'd been injured in an important battle. Through the door, he could hear the television, some Christmas special with laughter and music. Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen. Uncle Vernon was snoring in his chair, and Dudley was probably eating something he wasn't supposed to have before dinner. Harry lay down, pulling the blanket up to his chin. He didn't know what Christmas was really. Something about presents and special dinner and being happy, he thought. But it didn't seem to include him, and he'd learned not to ask questions that made Aunt Petunia's face go sharp and angry. Outside his cupboard, beyond the house, beyond Privet Drive's neat lawns and identical homes, snow began to fall across Britain. It fell on Diagon Alley's enchanted cobblestones, on the borough's crooked chimney, on Hogwarts' ancient towers, on St. Mungo's sterile corridors, on the ruins of a cottage in Godric's Hollow. It fell everywhere, impartial and gentle, covering the magical world in white. And in a cupboard in Surrey, a boy who didn't know he was famous slept while the world he'd saved celebrated without him. The snow fell. Christmas came. And somewhere in the distance, bells began to ring. Dawn broke over the borough in shades of pink and gold, painting the snow-covered garden with winter light. Inside, peace lasted approximately 14 seconds before Percy's delighted shriek shattered the morning quiet. "Presents!" Molly groaned into her pillow, Arthur's arm still draped over her waist. Through the thin walls, they heard the thunder of small feet on creaky stairs, the excited babble of voices, and what sounded like Charlie tripping over something and blaming Bill for its placement. "What time is it?" Arthur mumbled. "Too early," Molly replied, though she was already smiling. "Far, far too early. Should we intervene before they destroy something?" "Probably." Neither of them moved. For just a moment longer, they lay in their warm bed, listening to their children's excitement echo through the house, savoring the particular chaos that meant everyone was healthy and whole and safe. Then Percy shrieked again, this time with what sounded like competitive urgency. And Molly sighed. "Right, before bloodshed occurs." They descended to find the sitting room transformed into a battlefield of wrapping paper. Percy sat in the center of the destruction, clutching a wooden dragon that Charlie had apparently gifted him, or possibly just given him, to stop the shrieking. Charlie was attempting to untangle himself from a scarf, one of Molly's creations, knitted in Gryffindor colors, though he wouldn't attend Hogwarts for 2 more years. Bill stood by the tree with the careful patience of someone trying very hard to be mature and adult. "Happy Christmas," Bill said, then immediately lost his composure as Charlie threw wrapping paper at him. "Happy Christmas," Percy echoed, waving his dragon. "Happy Christmas, Mum, Dad," Charlie added, now wearing his scarf, despite it being approximately 3 times too long and wrapped around him like a python. Molly surveyed the chaos with the practiced eye of a mother who'd learned to pick her battles. "Did you at least wait until sunrise?" "Technically," Bill said. "The sun was rising," Charlie clarified. "We watched it." "For about 30 seconds, Bill added under his breath. Arthur laughed and settled into his armchair, pulling Molly onto the arm beside him. "Well, come on then. Show us what Father Christmas brought." The next hour passed in a flurry of torn paper and exclamations. Charlie received books about dragons and a miniature model of a Romanian longhorn that actually breathed tiny puffs of smoke. Percy unwrapped building blocks that arranged themselves into different shapes when asked nicely, and fell apart spectacularly when Percy inevitably stopped being nice to them. Bill discovered advanced transfiguration text and new school robes for Hogwarts, plus a Chudley Cannon's pennant that made Arthur beam with paternal pride. "Now you support a proper team," Arthur said. "They came in 9th last season, Dad," Bill pointed out. "9th is very respectable. They could have come in 13th. There are only 13 teams." "Exactly. Could have been worse." Molly received a set of knitting needles that worked without her holding them, a gift she suspected Arthur had saved for months to afford, and a lumpy clay pot Percy had apparently made with Bill's supervision. It was lopsided and the glaze had bubbled strangely, but it was perfect. "For your tea," Percy announced proudly. "It's the nicest pot I've ever seen," Molly said, meaning it completely. Arthur unwrapped a new set of Muggle plugs, source unknown, legality questionable, delight absolute, and a jumper Molly had knitted with an elaborate A on the front. He pulled it on immediately, despite already wearing pajamas, and the combination was so ridiculous that even Bill laughed. When the main presents had been opened, Molly and Arthur exchanged a glance. "There's one more thing," Molly said carefully. "For all of you." She retrieved a package from behind the tree, not wrapped, just a simple wooden box with a brass latch. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, were 4 small dragons carved from wood, each one detailed and unique. "Your Uncle Fabian made these," Molly said, her voice steady despite the tightness in her throat. "Years ago, before the war got bad. He was going to give them to you when you were old enough to appreciate them." Bill reached in first, his movements gentle. He lifted out a dragon with spread wings, frozen mid-flight. Charlie took one that breathed a permanent gout of wooden flame. Percy received a curled dragon, sleeping peacefully, and the 4th, the smallest, remained in the box. "That one's for the baby," Molly explained, "for your brother or sister when they arrive." The room had gone quiet. Even Percy, who barely remembered his uncles, seemed to understand the weight of the moment. "Uncle Fabian made these?" Bill asked softly. "He and your Uncle Gideon both. They wanted you to have something from them, something to remember." She couldn't finish the sentence. Arthur's hand found hers, squeezed tightly. "We'll take good care of them," Bill promised, his 11-year-old voice suddenly sounding much older. "We'll tell the new baby about Uncle Fabian and Uncle Gideon. We'll make sure they're remembered." "That's all anyone can ask," Molly whispered. Charlie clutched his dragon to his chest. Percy studied his with unusual quiet, and Bill carefully placed his back in the box for safekeeping, handling it like the treasure it was. The moment stretched, holding space for grief and love, and the bittersweet gift of remembrance. Then Percy's stomach growled audibly, breaking the tension, and everyone laughed. "Breakfast," Molly announced, standing. "And then, maybe we can all get dressed before noon." "No promises," Charlie said cheerfully. At Hogwarts, Christmas morning arrived with considerably more dignity. Emma Woodley woke to find a small pile of gifts at the foot of her four-poster bed. Packages from her parents in Egypt, something from her younger sister, and several offerings from friends who'd gone home for the holidays, but remembered her anyway. The Hufflepuff dormitory was quiet. The other beds empty. Emma took her time opening presents, a book on advanced charms from her parents, chocolate from her sister, a hat her grandmother had knitted that was absolutely hideous but wonderfully warm. She pulled it on immediately. In the common room, she found a few other early risers gathered near the fire. The house elves had left hot chocolate and pastries on a side table, and someone had enchanted the room's decorations to emit a soft musical hum. Not quite a melody, more like the castle itself was humming with contentment. "Happy Christmas," Marcus called from his spot near the window. "Happy Christmas," Emma replied, claiming a chair near the fire. "Sleep well?" "Better than I have in months, actually. There's something about Hogwarts at Christmas. It's like the whole castle relaxes." "The wards settle differently when there are fewer people," Sarah said, emerging from the girls' dormitory with her brother Simon in tow. "My mum was a ward specialist before. Anyway, she used to explain it. Something about magical resonance and population density." Simon plopped down on the floor, already eating a croissant. "Did everyone get presents?" They compared gifts, nothing extravagant, mostly books and sweets and practical items, but each one chosen with care. The conversation drifted comfortably, moving from presents to holiday traditions, to speculation about what the house elves were preparing for Christmas dinner. "Bet it's extraordinary," Marcus said. "They always go overboard at Christmas." "Everything the house elves do is extraordinary," Emma pointed out. "Have you ever seen anyone else manage Yorkshire pudding that rises like that?" Fair point. By mid-morning, they'd migrated to the Great Hall, where breakfast had been laid out with typical house elf enthusiasm. The professors sat at the high table in festive robes, Dumbledore in midnight blue with silver moons, McGonagall in tartan with surprisingly cheerful holly berries, Flitwick in something sparkly that might have been meant for someone 3 times his size. "Magnificent hat, Miss Woodley," Professor McGonagall called out. Emma touched the hideous knitted creation self-consciously. "My grandmother made it." "Then it's perfect," McGonagall said, with the authority of someone who understood that love mattered more than aesthetics. After breakfast, the students scattered, some to the common rooms, others to the library, a few brave souls to the frozen grounds for a snowball fight that Professor Flitwick eventually joined with devastating accuracy. Emma found herself in the astronomy tower, looking out over the snow-covered grounds. Below, she could see tiny figures throwing snow, could hear faint laughter carried on the wind. The forbidden forest loomed dark against white landscape. Smoke rose from Hagrid's hut, and the whole world looked clean and new and peaceful. "Contemplative again, Miss Woodley?" She turned to find Dumbledore standing at the top of the stairs, his robes trailing behind him like captured starlight. "Just appreciating the view, Professor. It is rather spectacular." He joined her at the window, hands clasped behind his back. "Your last Christmas at Hogwarts. That must feel significant." "It does. Strange to think I won't be back here next year." "Hogwarts never truly lets go of its students," Dumbledore said gently. "You'll carry it with you, in memories, in friendships, in the magic you learned within these walls. And should you need it, the castle will always welcome you home." Emma felt her throat tighten. Even after everything, after the war, especially after everything. Dumbledore's blue eyes were kind behind his half-moon spectacles. "You and your classmates grew up during dark times. You learned magic in the shadow of fear, and yet you persevered, you studied, you became remarkable young witches and wizards despite everything working against you. That matters, Miss Woodley. That will always matter. Sometimes it doesn't feel like enough, like we should have done more." "You survived," Dumbledore said simply. "You continued learning, continued growing, continued believing in a future worth fighting for. Never underestimate the power of that choice." They stood in comfortable silence, watching snow drift across the grounds. "What will you do?" Dumbledore asked eventually. "After graduation? I'm not entirely sure yet. Maybe something with magical creatures. I've always liked Care of Magical Creatures class. Or maybe international magical cooperation, help prevent future wars." Emma shrugged. "The world feels full of possibilities now." "It is," Dumbledore agreed. "More possibilities than you know. Whatever you choose, I suspect you'll do it with the same quiet courage you've demonstrated these past 7 years." Emma felt warmth spread through her chest, pride and gratitude, and the particular happiness that came from being seen by someone you respected. "Happy Christmas, Professor." "Happy Christmas, Miss Woodley." In the staff room, Minerva McGonagall sat with a cup of tea and the newspaper, though she wasn't really reading it. Her thoughts kept drifting to Surrey, to a house on Privet Drive, to a small boy who was spending Christmas morning in circumstances she didn't want to imagine too closely. She checked on Harry yesterday evening, just a brief stop, just long enough to confirm he was alive and apparently unharmed. But the knowledge of where he was, how he lived, gnawed at her conscience like a persistent curse. "Still brooding, Minerva?" She looked up to find Albus standing in the doorway, a knowing expression on his lined face. "I'm not brooding." "You've been staring at the same page for 20 minutes. "Perhaps it's a very interesting page." Albus crossed to the tea service and poured himself a cup. "He's safe, Minerva." "Safe and miserable are not mutually exclusive states." "No," Albus agreed quietly. "They are not. But I cannot risk the blood protection. Not yet. Not while Voldemort's followers remain at large and his own fate remains uncertain." "You believe he'll return?" It wasn't a question. Albus sighed and settled into the chair across from her. "I believe Tom Riddle went to great lengths to ensure he would not truly die. The magic Harry's mother invoked was powerful enough to destroy his body. But the soul..." He trailed off. "I have theories, none of them pleasant." "How long?" Minerva asked. "How long must Harry endure the Dursleys?" "Until he's old enough to defend himself. Until the threat has passed. Until..." Albus's expression grew distant. "Until the prophecy is fulfilled, one way or another." "That's not an answer." It's the only answer I have." They sat in silence, drinking tea that had gone slightly cold, each lost in their own thoughts about a child neither could protect the way they wanted to. "At least he's alive," Albus said finally. "At least he has that chance. It's more than James and Lily got." "Is it?" Minerva asked softly. "Sometimes I wonder if we're just drawing out the inevitable. The prophecy says, neither can live while the other survives, but prophecies can be interpreted many ways. The future is not fixed, Minerva. We make it through our choices. Then let me choose to bring him here, to Hogwarts, where he'd be loved." "In 9 years," Albus promised. 9 years, and he'll walk through those doors. And when he does, we'll ensure he knows he has a home here, that he's valued, protected, cared for. But until then, he suffers. Until then, he lives." Minerva wanted to argue further, wanted to rage against the impossible choices they faced, wanted to demand better solutions. But she was tired, and it was Christmas, and sometimes all you could do was survive another day and hope it led somewhere better. "Happy Christmas, Albus," she said, her voice heavy. "Happy Christmas, Minerva," he replied. Outside, snow continued to fall, covering the castle and the world beyond, in silent white. And in Surrey, a boy who didn't know he was loved slept in a cupboard while the world moved on without him. The snow fell, the day turned, and Christmas, like everything else, was both joy and sorrow intertwined. December 31st arrived with the peculiar weight of endings and beginnings. At the Burrow, the week between Christmas and New Year's Eve had passed in a blur of activity. The boys playing in the snow, Arthur taking a few extra days off work. Unprecedented, miraculous, still slightly unsettling. Molly cooking enough food to feed an army because that's what one did during the holidays, wasn't it? Now, as evening fell on the year's last day, the house had finally settled into quiet. Bill, Charlie, and Percy had been put to bed an hour ago, their protests about wanting to stay up until midnight overruled by parental authority and the strategic deployment of warm milk with honey. Molly sat by the kitchen fire, her hands busy with knitting needles that clicked a gentle rhythm. The beginnings of a tiny jumper took shape in her lap, soft yellow wool, neutral enough for either boy or girl, though she knew with bone-deep certainty it would be another son. The Weasley family seemed incapable of producing anything else. Arthur dozed in the chair opposite, his glasses slightly askew, a book about Muggle electrical systems lying open on his chest. He'd been reading the same page for 20 minutes before sleep had claimed him. Molly watched him with affection. This man who'd come home every night for 2 months now, who hadn't rushed off to emergency order meetings, who hadn't returned with blood on his robes and shadows in his eyes. 2 months. It seemed impossible. During the war, 2 months had felt like years. Each day stretched thin with fear, each night an eternity of worry. Now 2 months had passed in what felt like heartbeats, measured in ordinary moments instead of crises survived. The clock on the wall, all 9 hands pointing to home, ticked toward midnight. 10 minutes remained of 1981. Molly's needles stilled. She placed one hand over her belly, feeling the small life growing there. This child would be born in March 1982. Born into peacetime, into a world where Voldemort was a name from history books rather than immediate threat. This child would never know the particular terror of being a Weasley during the war years, never understand why their mother checked the clock compulsively, or why their father sometimes woke from nightmares gasping. That's a blessing, Molly whispered to the baby. That's what we fought for you to never understand. Arthur stirred, blinking awake. Talking to yourself, love. Talking to our son. Ah, and what wisdom are you imparting? That he's lucky, that he'll grow up safe. Molly's voice caught. That his uncles would have spoiled him rotten. Arthur was out of his chair in moments, kneeling beside hers, his hands covering hers on her belly. They would have. Fabian would have taught him every prank in the book, and Gideon would have pretended to disapprove while secretly helping. And they'd have given him a toy broomstick the moment he could walk. Naturally, can't raise a proper Weasley without a broomstick. They sat like that for a moment, honoring the ghost that would forever be part of their family, the empty chairs, the missing voices, the love that remained despite absence. Do you think it's really over? Molly asked quietly. The war, I mean. Not just paused, but actually finished? Arthur was silent for a long moment. I don't know, he said finally, with the honesty that was one of the reasons she'd married him. Dumbledore seems uncertain. The Ministry is acting like it's over, but they also thought it was over in the 70s before it got worse. All I know is that right now, tonight, we're safe. Our children are sleeping upstairs without fear. That's more than we had a year ago. It should feel like more of a victory. Victory is complicated when so many people lost. Arthur squeezed her hands. We're allowed to be grateful and sad at the same time, Molly. We're allowed to celebrate survival while mourning what was lost. Both things can be true. The clock ticked. 5 minutes to midnight. What do you hope for? Molly asked. For this new year? Boring things, Arthur said immediately. Spectacularly boring things. I hope for uneventful days at the Ministry. I hope for ordinary arguments with the boys about homework and chores. I hope for a healthy baby and a peaceful birth. I hope for exactly 0 emergency owls in the middle of the night. I hope for the same things, Molly said, laughing softly. When did we get so old that boring became our greatest aspiration? When we learned what the alternative to boring looks like. 3 minutes. I hope Harry's all right, Molly said suddenly. Wherever he is, I hope someone's making sure he's loved. Arthur's expression clouded. Dumbledore said he's with Lily's family. That doesn't answer whether he's loved. No, Arthur agreed quietly. It doesn't. They'd discussed Harry several times over the past weeks. The baby who'd somehow survived, who'd saved them all, who'd been whisked away to some unknown location for his own protection. The mystery of his whereabouts had become something of an obsession in the wizarding world, with daily speculation in the Prophet and countless theories ranging from plausible to absurd. When he comes to Hogwarts, Molly said firmly, Bill will look after him. We'll make sure he knows he has family here if he needs it. Bill will be in his first year when Harry starts. Exactly, same year. Bill will help him navigate everything. And you know, Bill, he's got that protective streak. Wonder where he gets that from, Arthur said dryly. The clock began to chime, 12 long notes that marked the passage from one year to the next. Arthur and Molly stood, hands linked, counting down together. On the final chime, they kissed, gentle and sweet, and full of hope for ordinary tomorrows. Happy New Year, Molly Weasley. Happy New Year, Arthur Weasley. Upstairs, they heard Percy call out in his sleep, followed by Bill's murmur of comfort to his younger brother. The sounds of their family, safe and whole. 1982, Molly said wonderingly. A whole new year, a fresh start. A boring, peaceful, spectacularly uneventful year, Arthur added. We can hope. We can do more than hope, Arthur said. We can live. Really live. Not just survive. That's what they all died for, isn't it? So the rest of us could actually live. Molly pulled him close, burying her face in his shoulder. Then we'd better do it justice. They stood in their warm kitchen, holding each other, while the clock ticked into the new year and their children slept safely above, and the baby grew strong within. And for that moment, everything was exactly as it should be. At Hogwarts, midnight arrived with considerably more ceremony. The remaining students and staff had gathered in the Great Hall for what Professor Flitwick had optimistically called a modest celebration, which, translated through house elf enthusiasm, had resulted in an elaborate spread of food, enchanted decorations that showered golden sparks at irregular intervals, and enough butterbeer to float the castle. Emma Woodley stood with Marcus and the others, all of them counting down the final seconds of 1981. 10. The whole hall joined in, voices rising together. 9. Professor McGonagall was actually smiling, a real smile, not her usual tight-lipped approval. 8. Dumbledore raised his goblet, his eyes twinkling with genuine mirth. 7. Even the portraits on the walls had woken to join in, their painted voices adding to the chorus. 6. Nearly headless Nick drifted through the center of the hall, his form glowing with reflected light. 5. The house elves peeked through the kitchen doors, their enormous eyes shining with excitement. 4. Sarah and Simon grabbed each other's hands, grinning like they'd forgotten, just for a moment, what they'd lost. 3. The castle itself seemed to hum, its ancient magic resonating with the gathered joy. 2. Emma felt tears prick her eyes and didn't try to stop them. 1. Happy New Year. The hall erupted into celebration, cheers and laughter, and the pop of magical crackers that released streamers and small enchanted birds that flew loop-de-loops before dissolving into sparkles. Professor Flitwick's invisible orchestra struck up a triumphant tune. Students hugged, professors shook hands, and nearly headless Nick attempted to bow, which went about as well as it ever did. Dumbledore stood, raising his hands for quiet. Eventually, the noise settled to an expectant murmur. "My dear friends," he began, his voice carrying effortlessly across the hall. "We stand at a threshold between what was and what will be. 1981 brought us through darkness to light, through fear to hope, through war to peace. It was a year of tremendous loss and tremendous courage. We honor both." He paused, and the weight of the past seemed to settle over them like a heavy cloak. "But tonight, we also look forward. 1982 stretches before us, full of possibility. For our students who will graduate this year," his eyes found Emma and the other 7th years, "you will step into a world that is yours to shape. For those who remain, you will continue learning in halls that are finally truly safe. And for all of us, we have been given the extraordinary gift of ordinary days." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "Do not squander that gift. Live fully, love deeply, build the world that so many died to make possible. That is how we honor them, not by dwelling in the past, but by creating a future worth their sacrifice." He raised his goblet once more, to 1982, to possibility, to peace, and to all of us who remain to see it. To 1982, the hall chorused. They drank, and then the celebration resumed, more subdued now, but no less genuine. Emma found herself in a corner with Professor McGonagall, of all people, both of them holding butterbeers and watching the others dance to Flitwick's increasingly energetic musical selections. "You've been a credit to Hufflepuff, Miss Woodley," McGonagall said abruptly. "I wanted you to know that before you leave us." Emma blinked, startled. "Thank you, Professor. I've watched you these past years. You've shown remarkable resilience, continuing your studies even when the world seemed determined to fall apart around you. That takes a particular kind of courage, the quiet kind, the kind that doesn't need recognition or praise. I just did what everyone else did, kept going." "Not everyone did," McGonagall said quietly. "Some students left and never came back. Some gave up on their studies entirely. Some were lost to the war. But you stayed, you worked, you persevered. That matters, Miss Woodley. More than you know." Emma felt her throat tighten. It didn't always feel like enough. It never does. But continuing in the face of fear, maintaining normalcy when everything feels impossible, that's its own form of resistance. You should be proud. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching Marcus attempt a complicated dance move that ended with him nearly colliding with a suit of armor. "What about you, Professor?" Emma asked. "What are you hoping for in the new year?" McGonagall's expression flickered, something complicated passing across her usually stern features. "I hope for my students to be safe, for Hogwarts to remain a haven, for—" She trailed off, clearly debating whether to continue. "For a particular child to grow up healthy and happy, despite circumstances that are less than ideal." Harry Potter, Emma guessed. Everyone knew McGonagall had been close with the Potters. Among others, McGonagall took a sip of her butterbeer. "The war left many children orphaned, many families broken. I hope they all find their way to happiness, eventually." "So do I," Emma said softly. They watched the celebration continue, students dancing, professors laughing, portraits gossiping, the whole castle alive with hope and joy, and the peculiar relief of having survived. At some point past 1 in the morning, the party finally wound down. Students drifted back to their common rooms. Professors retired to their quarters, and the house elves began clearing up with the quiet efficiency that made Hogwarts function. Emma made her way back to Hufflepuff Tower, walking through corridors that no longer felt threatening, past windows that showed grounds peaceful in moonlight. This was her last term at Hogwarts. By June, she'd be gone, out into a world that was finally opening up again, full of possibilities that had seemed impossible even a year ago. In her dormitory, she stood at the window, looking out over the castle grounds. Snow covered everything in silver and shadow. The forbidden forest loomed dark, but no longer menacing. The lake reflected starlight, and above it all, the castle stood, ancient, enduring, peaceful. "Thank you," Emma whispered to Hogwarts, to her own past, to the future waiting. "Thank you for keeping us safe." The castle hummed in response. Or perhaps it was just the wind, or her imagination. But Emma chose to believe the castle heard, understood, accepted her gratitude. She climbed into bed, pulled the curtains closed, and fell asleep to the sound of her own steady breathing and the knowledge that tomorrow, and all the tomorrows after, held promise instead of fear. In his tower office, Albus Dumbledore stood at his window, watching the last lights of celebration wink out across the castle. Fawkes drowsed on his perch. The portraits slept in their frames, and the silver instruments whirred softly in the background. Everything was peaceful. Everything was quiet. Everything felt like the calm before a storm. "You're still awake, Albus," Phineas Nigellus observed from his portrait. "Brooding into the new year, are we?" "Contemplating," Dumbledore corrected mildly. "Same thing, different vocabulary." Phineas leaned forward in his frame. "Let me guess. You're thinking about the Potter boy." "Among other things." "He's alive. He's safe. For now, that's sufficient." "Is it?" Dumbledore turned from the window. "A child growing up without love, without magic, without knowledge of who he is or what he did, that's sufficient?" "It's necessary. There's a difference." Dumbledore moved to his desk, settling into his chair with the weariness of someone who'd carried impossible burdens for too long. "The prophecy remains partially unfulfilled. Tom Riddle went to extraordinary lengths to avoid death. I'm certain of it. Which means he's out there, in some diminished form, waiting." "And when he returns?" Phineas asked. "If he returns," Dumbledore corrected, though his tone suggested he believed it was when, not if. "Then Harry Potter will need to be ready, strong enough, brave enough, loved enough to face what's coming." "You can't prepare him from afar, Albus. He's 18 months old and living with muggles who despise magic. What preparation is possible? I can ensure that when he comes to Hogwarts, he finds a home here, that he makes friends, learns magic, experiences love and acceptance, that he has years of ordinary childhood before." Dumbledore trailed off. "Before he has to face his destiny," Phineas finished flatly. "You're stalling." "I'm giving him time. There's a difference." "Is there?" They stared at each other, the living wizard and the painted one, both understanding the impossible position, both aware that every choice carried consequences, both knowing that sometimes there were no good options, only less terrible ones. "What do you hope for?" Phineas asked eventually, his tone gentler. "In this new year?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "I hope I'm wrong. I hope Tom Riddle is truly gone, that the prophecy was merely words without power, that Harry Potter can grow up to be an ordinary wizard with ordinary problems and ordinary happiness. I hope peace lasts, that the world heals, that the sacrifices made were enough." "But you don't believe that?" "No," Dumbledore admitted. "I don't. I believe we're in an interlude, not an ending. I believe the darkness will return in some form, and I believe that when it does, Harry Potter will be the one who must face it." "Then you'd better ensure he's ready." "That," Dumbledore said quietly, "is what terrifies me most. How do you prepare a child for something like that? How do you balance giving him a childhood with preparing him for war? How do you love someone you're preparing to sacrifice? You're assuming he'll need to be sacrificed." "The prophecies can be interpreted many ways, Albus. You know that. Neither can live while the other survives doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means." "Then what does it mean?" Phineas settled back in his frame. "That's for you to figure out. You have years yet. Use them wisely." The portrait closed its eyes, dismissing itself from the conversation. Around the office, the other portraits slept on, unbothered by philosophical debates about fate and free will. Dumbledore sat alone with his thoughts and his fears and his desperate, stubborn hope that he could somehow engineer a future where a child didn't have to die to save the world. The clock struck 3. Outside, the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, barely perceptible, just the faintest suggestion that night wouldn't last forever. Dumbledore stood and returned to the window, watching darkness slowly give way to light. "Happy New Year, Harry," he whispered to the distant house in Surrey, to the child sleeping unaware of everything that hung over his future. "May this year bring you more happiness than I fear is possible. May you have time, precious, ordinary time, before the world demands everything of you." The dawn continued its slow arrival, painting the sky in shades of grey and pink and gold. And in his tower, an old wizard kept watch and hoped and planned and worried, trying to see a path through the darkness that wouldn't cost everything. Somewhere out there, Voldemort endured in some diminished form, waiting for his chance to return. Somewhere out there, Death Eaters walked free, nursing their hatred and their desire for vengeance. Somewhere out there, pieces were in motion for a future not yet written. But tonight, this morning, the world was at peace, and that, Dumbledore told himself, would have to be enough. In Little Whinging, Surrey, dawn arrived with the same mechanical precision as every other dawn. Harry Potter woke in his cupboard to the sound of Aunt Petunia's sharp voice calling Dudley for breakfast. He lay still for a moment, listening to the familiar sounds of the house waking, Uncle Vernon's heavy tread on the stairs, the clatter of dishes in the kitchen, the television turning on to the morning news. He didn't know it was New Year's Day. Didn't know that across the country, the wizarding world was waking from celebrations with hangovers and hope. Didn't know that he was famous, beloved, missed. Didn't know about the prophecy hanging over him like a sword, or the destroyed Dark Lord waiting in the shadows, or the countless lives his survival had changed. He was 18 months old. He knew his name was Harry, that his aunt and uncle didn't like him very much, that his cousin Dudley broke his toys, and that sometimes he dreamed of flying on a motorcycle with a giant man who laughed like thunder. The cupboard door opened. Aunt Petunia's thin face appeared, her expression pinched with its usual disapproval. "Out, quickly, and don't make a mess." Harry scrambled out, keeping his head down, already learning the particular survival skills of unwanted children. Be small, be quiet, be invisible when possible. In the kitchen, the Dursleys ate breakfast and planned their day, and ignored the small boy sitting on the floor in the corner with a piece of toast. It was normal. It was ordinary. It was his life. He didn't know he'd been loved once so fiercely that it had saved the world. He didn't know he would be loved again by friends and mentors and a whole community of people who would see him for more than his scar. He didn't know that in 9 years he'd walk through the doors of a castle and find home. He just knew that the toast was slightly burnt and the floor was cold, and Aunt Petunia was telling Uncle Vernon something about sales at the garden centre. Normal things, ordinary things. The texture of a life that would someday seem impossibly distant, but that was years away. For now, Harry was simply Harry, a small boy in a small cupboard, in a small house in a suburb that barely noticed him. Outside, the world turned. The sun rose. 1982 began in earnest, and across Britain, the wizarding world woke to its first full day of a new year, carrying hope and grief in equal measure, trying to believe that peace might last, that the future might be brighter, that the sacrifices made had been enough. At the Burrow, as dawn painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Molly Weasley stood in her garden and looked out over the frost-covered fields. Her hand rested on her belly, feeling the small life growing there. Behind her, the house was still quiet, her family sleeping in the peace they'd fought so hard to win. The air was cold and clean and full of possibility. "We made it," she whispered to the baby, to the morning, to the ghosts of those who hadn't survived to see this dawn. "We made it to the other side, and now we get to live. Really live, not just survive." She thought of Harry Potter, wherever he was, thought of all the children orphaned by the war, thought of the families rebuilding, the wounds healing, the world slowly, painfully, hopefully knitting itself back together. "It won't be perfect," she said softly. "Nothing ever is. But it will be ours. We'll build it together, all of us who remain, and we'll make it good enough, kind enough, safe enough that those who died can rest easy knowing their sacrifice mattered." Behind her, the burrow's crooked silhouette stood against the lightening sky. Home, imperfect and beloved. The war was over. The future was unwritten. And for now, in the gentle frost of a January morning, that was enough. More than enough. It was everything. Molly smiled, placed both hands over her growing child, and turned back toward the house where her family slept. There was breakfast to make, children to wake, a life to live. And for the first time in 11 years, she walked toward it without fear. The sun rose, the world continued, and hope, the most stubborn of all magic, bloomed quiet and persistent in the hearts of those who'd survived to see another dawn.